Swiss 1, Fox to Papa, wind.
Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Zurich Airport on the parking lot P6. My name is Joel, aka ZurichAirportSpotter, and I'm going to take you along through a plane spotting session over the next few hours. So I would say let's dive right in. Let's take a quick look at this private Gulf Stream here before it disappears behind the buildings. And there it goes.
Tower, look out, Swiss 8 for extra approaching, Swiss 1, Fox to Papa, contact departure, attack. Departure maximum is 5, Fox to Papa.
So, and here we have a Air Nostrum CRJ1000, if I'm not mistaken, to Rostock in Germany. It's now taxiing to runway 28, right in front of us. So let's have a quick look where we actually are at the airport. As you can see, right in front of us is runway 28, then we have runway 14, which is the main landing runway at the moment, behind there in full length. And over there, where the big airplanes are parked, we have Dock E. Here we have a departure. KLM Embraer 190 to Amsterdam. Here a Helvetic Embraer 190 E2. But of course I am waiting for the CRJ, which should have lined up by now. Let's try to catch it when it appears behind this building. Or, in the meantime, we can also look into the approach sector, because there we have a heavy aircraft, which looks like a Boeing 777. Oh. And now the Air Nostrum departs. Okay, let's quickly go over here. Fresh delivery today. Let's take a look at the 777. To be honest, I don't know by heart which one it is, but it looks like Air Canada from Toronto. Like AC-880. And it looks like it's able to take taxiway Hotel 1. I really like this perspective here from this parking lot. The front views. Guju99, welcome to the stream. You're also at the airport, I see. At which location are you at the moment?
For takeoff, runway 28, this is 1102.
So, another aircraft has received takeoff clearance on 28, so I think this is the Helvetic Embraer which we saw before. To those who are watching, could you quickly provide some feedback in the chats how the video quality is, whether you experience any lagging of the picture, or how the sound quality is? Do you hear me? Because this is the first time I'm doing a live stream, so I am depending a bit on feedback as well. In the meantime, let's take a look at this Air Canada 777-200 LR taxiing to parking. Canada is the only 777-200 LR which we get regularly. It's actually quite interesting to see the LR version being used on a transatlantic flight, because that thing could go way further, but I take it anyways. Good morning, Eduardo. Zurich closed International Airport like no place else. I totally agree. Certainly one of the best spotting airports out there. See, it's quite busy at the moment. In the meantime, I could tell you what we are expecting today. It's now shortly before 10 AM local time, and soon the main inbound rush will begin, which we will see from here very well, featuring some heavy aircraft like Swiss 777s, A330s, then not less than 3 Edelweiss A340s. And later we will have an Icelandair 757, which I'm looking forward a lot to, and the Emirates A380. And departure-wise, I hope to see the Qatar A350, Etihad 787, American Airlines 787, as well as a Turkish Airlines A330. And according to the weather forecast, the wind should pick up a bit until noon during the next hours, and depending on how strong it gets, we might see a runway change, and then runway 32, which we are seeing right now in the middle of the screen, will be the main departure runway, and 28, which is in front of us, will be the main landing runway. So in this case we will see pretty much everything. But at the moment, most of the heavy aircraft will depart on runway 16, but maybe we are lucky and see some of the heavies also going out on 28, if the current runway usage concept remains, of course. So, just before, we have seen Air Baltic A220, which is spooling up right now. quickly get my phone to get some flight infos in the meantime.
Departure, Swiss 50 Mike, sure. 2. Proceeding Tango 2, Swiss 154, go ahead to Morgan. Echo 3, go to Morgan, this is Alcohol here.
Well, that SunExpress 737, which you saw in the background before, is not showing on my flight radar. That's of course very cool. I love when this happens. But if I have the schedule correctly in mind, this is the one departing to Ankara.
Swiss 9 Charlie Kilo, my Echo 3, line up and wait to runway 16. Echo 3, line up and wait 16, Swiss 9 Charlie Kilo. United 12, line up and wait to runway 16 by Echo 2.
Line up and wait 16 by Echo 2, United 12.
And we have...
Running 16 behind the United.
Okay, now the SunExpress is departing. So we have ZurichAirportSpotter aircraft, Frank and Raphael, great that you're joining, and you say that image and sound is good. That's good to hear. You are in Frankfurt at the moment as far as I know, so enjoy the spotting over there. Of course a bit more busy than Zurich, but I can't complain about what I see here either. And on runway 16 we have a United Airlines Boeing 767-300ER, which is just lined up. Flight United 12 to Chicago. This is now the drawback of this location at the moment, because we do not have any departures in sight of runway 16, but maybe I can film the climb out. Need to reposition a bit, but I'll see how it goes. Maybe it works. Originally I planned to go to the approach sector of runway 14, but due to the unpredictable wind situation today, maybe it will pick up, maybe not, but if they change the runways, then the location where we are right now is definitely the place to be to do a live stream. And now the United flight has received takeoff clearance and it starts to move right now, as you see. Right, and now I have to pan the camera around, and now I'm trying to get the climb out. Let's see how that works. Because as you may know, shortly after departure the planes do a left turn, and here it is. Focus would cooperate, that would be great. Okay. We have another again, departing out of runway 6, which is a Swiss Airbus A330. If I heard this flight number 146, this would be the flight to Bombay. So now I'm going over to runway 28 again, because there is an EasyJet A320 waiting for takeoff as well. It should be ready all by now. Good morning, Captain Chicken Sandwich. How are you doing? Glad that you're joining the stream today. Okay, the EasyJet flight seems to be waiting a bit more. And over here, as you can see now on the screen, there's a Turkish A330 which will be departing soon. And now, no, it's not. I just thought that the EasyJet is moving, but it's not.
Alpha 960 Romeo, wind 220 degrees 5 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff. Runway 28, cleared for takeoff, Alpha 960 Romeo.
Now it has received takeoff clearance. So, and on short final now, or touching down, is United Airlines 777 from San Francisco. I'm doing very well, Captain Chicken Sandwich. I hope you are too, even though up here it's very warm at the moment. Quite a nice picture here. We have the United 767 and 777 in one frame.
Papa, wind 220 degrees 6 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
So let's quickly go over to the 767. First I thought we were maybe lucky and it takes runway 28, but it appears that it's just taxiing around the dock E. Let's Flight United 135 to Newark. Oh no, it looks like it's holding short of runway 28. Interesting. A321neo, and now the United seems to cross 28, and this would mean... No, it's not. Okay, interesting. It's taxiing down on Bravo. Taxiway Bravo. That's the name of this taxiway. Okay, a little confusion here. First it looked like it's taxiing to runway 28, then not. Then it seemed like it's holding short of runway 28, which would have meant, well, I shouldn't talk too quickly here, that it takes runway 34 eventually. It goes to the south side, but now it seems like it goes to runway 16 nevertheless. And here we have an Air Bulgaria Airbus A320.
Line up and wait, and wait till 8, climb Bulgaria 4, 9, 0, got no moment, departure in about 10 minutes.
So this flight is not showing on flight radar, that's cool. But I assume it's a flight to Sofia. Or Sofia, I don't know how you pronounce it correctly. So here we have a Air Europe or Air Europa Boeing 737 from Madrid. Yesterday I caught one of their 787s in the evening. See whether they let it cross the runway right away or whether it has to wait for the Bulgarian Airbus.
Bulgaria 492, wind 240 degrees 6 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 28, climb Bulgaria 492.
Bulgaria has priority, of course. We have a little wind picking up right now, which I'm very glad about because it's incredibly warm up here.
Hold position.
So now it is allowed to cross the runway and taxi to the gate, most likely at dock A. So quickly lock the camera. So, 6110 Swissport worker, welcome to the stream. And yes, there aren't many live streams here at Zurich Airport, so I hope you enjoy it.
135, right?
So according to the stats, we have currently 17 active viewers. Welcome to every one of you. If you enjoy what you're seeing, I would be very happy about a thumb up and a subscription if you haven't yet subscribed. I'll do live streams regularly from now on, and you can expect also weekly videos plane spotting compilations in 4K every weekend, so I hope it will be worth it. And whilst I was talking some rather uninteresting stuff, we have an A330 of Swiss which has just touched down on runway 14. Flight LX15 from New York John F. Kennedy, which is the second daily flight of Swiss which we have at the moment to New York JFK. The first one arrives in the early morning hours and the second one in the later hours. And whilst this A330 is vacating the runway, we have another one right over here, pushing back from the gate. And interestingly, this is the first or the earlier departure to New York JFK of Swiss. Flight number LX16. So both New York flights in one screen, or one frame, I would say. And further to the front we have an Air Montenegro Embraer 195, if I'm not mistaken. Usually from Podgorcia, it's the city name as far as I don't know whether I pronounce this correctly, but it's the regular service they have to Zurich. And also just landed we have this Asian Airlines Airbus A350 as it looks, yeah. Inbound from Athens.
Jane 5 Sierra Zulu Tower, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, contact apron 121.755, access. Juliet, cross runway 28, and contact apron on 121.755, Sierra Zulu.
Let's take a bit of a look here on this A330. Getting ready for departure for his intercontinental flight over the Atlantic to North America. And in the background you can see an Aer Lingus A320 just arrived from Dublin.
In 4 minutes. 679 Mike, hello, are you ready? Fraction 679 Mike, hello, morning, are you ready?
If you're ready, fraction 679 Mike. 679 Mike.
Fraction 679 Mike, line up runway 28.
679 Mike, land runway 28.
Alright, and the next heavy airplanes are on final approach for runway 14. We have a United Airlines Boeing 767-400ER from Washington. Slightly delayed today, lucky us. And we have a Delta Airlines, also a 767 400 ER inbound from New York John F. Kennedy. And of course I will show you both. But before I show you those two, I quickly pan over here because here we have a very nice Gulfstream. My favorite private jet. If I had enough money, I would get one of those.
Fraction 67 on the mic, wind 1935 knots, runway 28 to collect the Eagles.
Midday, runway 28, fraction 679 on the mic.
So, more or less smooth transition over to the United Airlines 767. It's landing right now.
Function 67 on the mic, contact departure, okay.
Departure, fraction 679 on the mic, bye.
Decelerating quite quickly. Looks like it's going to make the first high-speed exit, which is appearing right now. And I could try better to get this airplane into the center of the screen. I'm always impressed by how long these 767s are going strong here. Have been already phased out, but in the US they are going strong, which is great. So, we will take care about the Qatar A350 afterwards. First we look at the Delta 767.
November Mike, Kilo contact spot 125 out of 55,
West Archer, Jamaica.
United 135, line up and wait, running 16. I'm wait 16, United 13. March F5, take the battery, 117.
Two United, not two United, but two 767s, 400 ER in one frame. That's also a nice picture. And now the A350. Wait, I zoom out a bit.
Not quite the 121.755.
How about that? NG Aviation, good morning. Glad that you're joining, and nope, I will not come on Stock B afterwards, I'll stay here. And now let's enjoy this Qatar A350, taxiing to runway 28 as expected. By this opportunity I could also quickly tell how long I'm going to stay live today. Depends a bit on how my equipment is doing, but it should be enough until the Emirates A380 landing, at least. So this is about 3 hours or so. Let's get a close-up shot of this A350. Nice.
There'll be one more departure on the crossing runway, which will come back overhead again, so you'll be about 5 minutes. Line up away, runway to wait. Line up away, runway to wait.
We're now in full size. Simply a great looking airplane. Qatar Airways has 2 daily flights to Zurich, and the afternoon flight is scheduled with an A350-1000. Maybe, if my equipment makes it until then. And if it is on time, I can show it to you as well. Quickly go over to dock E. Next highlight, of course, is the Qatar A350, which will depart in a few minutes. Yeah, and for the wind prediction at the moment, I cannot tell that it gets very strong. It's rather calm. But there's a slight breeze, which I'm very glad about, because it's very, very warm up here. So to those who are watching, from where are you watching the stream? Let me know in the comments or in the live stream chat. I'm curious whether we have some different nations here collected in one stream, watching. I heard some people are watching while they are plane spotting themselves, so it's always cool to see. But what about the others? So we have 23 active viewers. Thank you very much for joining. If you enjoy what you're seeing, give this stream a thumb up. I will be highly appreciating that. And if you're new, feel free to subscribe for weekly aviation content here on this channel. Next highlight in the stream, the Qatar Airways A350, which will depart in a few minutes, or in a few moments, better say. During this beautiful Sunday late spring morning here at Zurich Airport on the parking lot P6.
My colleague on 120
Oh, 12023.
So I hope this Qatar Airways is moving soon, because there is a Swiss heavy on final, flight LX73 from Washington. I would like to show you that too. Ah, now I know why it's waiting. We have a Swiss A330 which has just departed, is now overhead, and in order that they don't conflict afterwards on the departure routes, but it should receive takeoff clearance in the next seconds actually. I don't know whether... Now it has takeoff clearance. I have the ATC scanner right next to me, so maybe you are hearing the ATC calls. Okay, that doesn't sound like an A350, nope. Swiss plane spotting. Yes, I'm also happy that it rained a bit and it's not... Well, it's still warm, but not really very hot like yesterday evening. And Sasha, yes, I noticed that. I'm not recording with the camera at the moment, and therefore it sometimes goes into power save mode. I'm trying to avoid that in the future. But now you should see... Now you should see the screen as it was before, with a hopefully smoothly running live stream. For the moment everything works well, at least on my instruments, 50 frames per second, and the connection also stays stable, so if it continues like that I'm quite happy, and I hope you are as well. And I'm still waiting for the Qatari. The Washington flight has just landed. And this is why I kept myself ready. Sometimes even though you are awaiting it, it's a bit of a surprise when they start moving all of a sudden. Anyway, this A330 here has just arrived from Washington.
Sorry, can you connect to departure 1? What's our departure Midday? Yankee Foxtrot, plane 2278 for the runway to equipment takeoff.
So, and we have the next heavy airplane on final. This flight 9er from Chicago, a Boeing 777. Of course, I'm going to show you that as well. Good morning, Globeman. How often do you see a Swiss A340 at Zurich is your question. Swiss has currently 4 A340s, and well, usually there is one in the early afternoon departure rush, in the late evening, and then during the day there are 2 arriving as well, so like 4 to 6 movements depending on which day we have. They are mostly used on the Shanghai and Seoul routes, and also to Johannesburg in South Africa. And speaking of A340s, we have one right here, next to Air Canada. A340s to land within the next like 60 minutes more or less, so it's worth it to stay here. And now we have the Swiss 777 from Chicago touching down. Absolutely right, Sasha. 1 to 3 A340 flights of Swiss every day. Shanghai, Seoul and Joburg are the main routes which they are used on. And sometimes even during the summer season they send it to tourist destinations in Europe like Palma de Mallorca or Malaga. But this is rather a rare case. And in the winter I think they also used it on the Miami route. I'm not sure about summer though. Sorry about that. The next heavies departing, which I'm expecting, is the Turkish Airlines A330, which is now in the middle of the screen, more or less. And then also the Etihad Boeing 787-9, which is somewhere on the northern side of Dock C, which we are not seeing right now. I hope we will get a decent departure shot out of runway 28. It's a typical heavy candidate for runway 28, because the flight to Abu Dhabi is not too long and therefore it's also not very heavy during departure, compared to the case when it's really fully loaded. And in the meantime we have plenty of heavy airplanes landing. There's not a Swiss A330 on short final right now, or on final number 2 currently in sequence, inbound from Miami, flight LX65. Seoul flight on Tuesday, Friday and Sunday. This could be. So this would mean today would be a Seoul flight with the A340. If I remember correctly, when I was spotting on Saturday 2 weeks ago, there was the Shanghai flight. It was an A340 but no Seoul flight, so Sunday could be too. So, let's get a bit into the action here. SAS A320 Neo. Taxiing on taxiway Alpha to runway 28. I had a wasp on my arm, I don't like that at all. So, and a quick pan over here before we focus on the A330 from Miami, because here is the ITA Airways A320, which has, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful standard liveries at the moment. Yeah, Zurich blue. Just looks great, especially in weather like this. So now on touchdown is the Miami flight. Okay, I'll quickly go over again to the ITA Airways because it's just too nice to look at in this light. Yeah, 06:15 arrival time of the Johannesburg flight, that's true. Always in the early morning. And yes, Sasha, that's right. They don't do Shanghai daily at the moment, right? They like switch every day between Shanghai and Seoul for the A340. I quickly use this opportunity to sorry, a bit an unsmooth transition here, but we have quite a nice private jet, Dassault Falcon. It seems to be ready for takeoff. Beacon light is on, stairs are removed. So yes, Joburg is a daily flight, that's true. Always departing in the last departure rush between 22:45 and 2300. Okay. Although the plane has received takeoff clearance, let's see which one. Pegasus A320. Which is not showing on my flight radar screen either. but I assume it's going to one of the usual destinations like Istanbul, or what else are they doing? Antalya in the summer for sure. Speaking of Pegasus Airlines, there's an A320neo arriving from Antalya just on final. Now number 3 for landing is an Air France A220. And then we have a Condor A321neo from Palma with the green stripes. And now the inbound rush is going full steam ahead, so to say. The next heavy is unfortunately a bit further out, but as it looks, it will be a Swiss 777 from Sao Paulo. Like in 10 minutes or so, not much longer. Right, we have around 20 people watching right now. Welcome to this live stream here from Zurich Airport during this beautiful late spring morning. Right now we have the inbound rush going on, so there's plenty to see. If you enjoy what you're seeing, I would be very highly appreciating it if you like this stream. And if you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe for weekly aviation content. And I'm also planning to do more live streams in the future. And also don't hesitate to share this live stream with others, such that others can enjoy the beauty of aviation. Attention to that. This happens automatically when I'm not using the zoom button from time to time, because I'm not in recording mode at the moment, so if I'm not doing anything, the stream switches off, or the camera goes to energy saving mode, or power saving mode. Also one that I haven't mentioned yet, we expect a high-fly A330 from Paris. Yesterday, or until yesterday, an A340 was scheduled, which would have been much nicer because the A330 is just plain white. No livery whatsoever, but the A340 would have been very nice. Very nice livery in blue and black. But well, it is what it is. So, now this Dassault Falcon, which you have seen before, has received takeoff clearance, so let's see how much runway it uses. Maybe we even see it lift off. Unfortunately not.
Tower, hello, Swiss 542.
Flight Simulation ZRH. Welcome to the stream.
Tower to the cross runway 2. On Zurich cross runway 2, Swiss 542. So,
at the moment, mainly inbound traffic is going on. Like the Swiss A22100, which has just landed. If I'm not mistaken, right now on short final is the Condor A321neo. So, yeah. Inbound from Palma de Mallorca. Yeah, I would also like to do some late evening plane spotting, but unfortunately my camera is not doing very well in darkness. So, and right here we have the Air France A220, just arrived from Paris. Following the Condor, if I have seen this correctly before. Of an AJet Boeing 737 MAX. In 18 minutes there is an influencer landing, okay. I don't know whom, maybe you can share this in the chat as well. And also which flight it is, and I can stream it. In the meantime we have here the AJet 737 MAX, inbound from Istanbul. I still have hope that Condor this summer would send some 757s to Zurich. It happened already, only in very few occasions, but it would be cool to see it once more before they phase them out for good. As far as I know, it's the last summer where they use it. A321neo is nice as well, but the 757, especially the 300 version which they use, I would prefer that any day. I really like this livery concept with the stripes. You recognize it like from miles away. And for a tourist airline, just a brilliant concept. Like a similar eye catcher compared to Edelweiss. That was a helicopter of the Swiss Air ambulance. Taxing to runway 28 is a Swiss A320 with Star Alliance Air. So here we have the AJet 737 MAX. And Turkish Airlines A330 is expected to push back soon. Thanks for the info. And if I see this correctly, it is already pushing back. That's great. And there's another Swiss A320, of course, with Star Alliance livery departing. Why don't they show up on my flight radar, honestly? It would be clear if I could tell you where these planes are going. So, the first of the Swiss has now received takeoff clearance. Here we have an Austrian Airlines A320 off to Vienna. And we just arrived. We have an Iberia A321 from Madrid. And on short final is the Swiss flight from Sao Paulo, Swiss 777-300ER. And also just landed has a Croatia Airlines -8, which is one of the only turboprop airplanes that you see on a regular basis here. In summer we also have Air Blue with the ATR 72. But yeah, turboprops have gotten rare lately. So, and a bit further down we have a lot of Polish airlines. Embraer 195 E2 off to Warsaw. In the background you can quickly see the other Swiss A320 with Star Alliance livery. Here we have the Swiss 777 from Sao Paulo. Now we're getting the runway and taxi to the gate. Two Swiss A340 departing today in the early afternoon, okay? Thanks for the info. Miami and Seoul. So they used the A340 to Miami too. Interesting. Finnair A320 to Helsinki. Yeah, two A340 departures are nice, but if they don't change the runways until the noon rush hour, we won't see quite a lot of them, unfortunately, from this spot. So we have to hope that the wind is gaining some strength over the next hours, otherwise we won't see them. So, time for the next heavy. Turkish Airlines A330-300 to Istanbul. Let's get a close-up shot of that thing. Show you the SunExpress 737 MAX. It's not too often that we see them on the southern side, but today it seems to be one of those rare cases. And then we have, I guess this is one of the El Al 737 freighters off to Tel Aviv. Just stick with this one until Turkish Airlines departs.
Traffic passengers, also from airport now between Echo 1 and Echo 2 to join Echo 1 to hold. Traffic control. Flight Charlie Papa, connect departure line. Roger, rise. Automatic Tango, traffic still the passengers, just now overhead Echo 2 and 0. Traffic inside, automatic Tango.
Cataracts, welcome to the live stream. Glad that you could make it, and I hope you enjoy the show. And of course also all the others watching. Next one is a lot Embraer departing. We've seen taxiing before.
477, you want out of taxi, code 2. Taxi, get the 477 now. And we think you'll hold off that here. You can hold that down, also the brown record. Also, I think you'll hold off.
That's a lot of Embraer jets here on screen. Oh no, next one is an A320, but before there was a second Helvetic Embraer standing there. I fly A330 is holding, okay, thanks for the info.
Runway 16, landing up waiting, goodbye. Control India Victor, turn the right hand face to runway 28, number 1.
Right hand face, runway 28, number 1, control India Victor.
3 kilo hotel, 2 leg cross runway 2, connect apron, 121.755, goodbye. Roger, left cross runway 121.755, 3 kilo, hello, choose. No, say what's it, right, Papa, 130, speed. Bird left hand down into runway 14, number 1 for question number 3 for runway 14. Good station. Auto Mike Tango, continue right hand to join mid, right star cushion mid, left hand down with runway 14, number 3. It's down with runway 14, number 3, Auto Mike Tango.
It could also be that the high fly is holding because there is an airplane lining up on runway 16 for departure. And as you may know, if there is departing traffic on 16, you cannot land on runway 14 because the go-around route would cross the departure route, and therefore there's either or but not both at the same time. Holding would be to create a gap in the arrivals, such that this plane on runway 16 can take off. So, my instruments here show a constant frame rate of 50 frames per second. If you could quickly provide me some feedback how the stream appears on your screen. Are there any lags, or is the pictures, or are the pictures smoothly running? Are there any like interruptions or anything? Let me know. It's the first time I'm doing a live stream, so it would be great to have some feedback.
449 Quebec and taxi Julie, cross runway 2. Taxi Julie, cross runway 2, with 449 Quebec. 449 Quebec, connect apron, 121.755, goodbye. 121.755 with 449 Quebec, just. Hotel India Victor, reduce your speed. Hotel India Victor, after landing, hold short of runway 16,
Picture running smooth, that's great to know. And the planned construction work for Dock B, yes, they are actually building, but it's not yet the building itself. I think they are currently doing like electricity lines on the apron for the future taxiway lighting, etc. But the building to be finished, the new one, I think this takes longer than 2028. I've heard something about the mid-30s. But I would have to look that up, to be honest, I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know it by heart. But it will certainly take longer than 2028. As you may know, they're going to build the new Dock B, the new Dock A. Whilst the old one is still in service. So. Oh wait, you're asking about Dock B, I just read. I should read before I come out first. Dang Okay,
Bravo, Sierra Charlie Papa.
I'm not sure, do you mean Dock B or Dock A? Because for Dock B they're currently doing a like an additional building, but I'm not sure whether they're going to renew it. But Dock A is going to be renewed. It's going to be completely a rebuild actually. A new building, and the old one is going to be demolished. Yeah, Sasha, I also thought that it would be a bit more cloudy, but it's actually very nice weather today. And I hope I won't get a suntan that's too bad in the end. High fly is now approaching, number 3. I see the first 2 on final. And the airplane, which has just departed on 16, has cleared the way, and now Turkish Airlines is receiving takeoff clearance. So I meant Dock A, Cataracts. Okay, now I understand. Yeah, that's definitely going to take longer than 2028, for sure.
Sierra Romeo, connect departure, bye. Departure direction, Sierra Romeo.
Yeah, Casrax, feel free to come to Zurich, especially if you are an aviation fan. Definitely one of the best airports to be. Okay, the high fly white sausage is now number 2 for landing. And before I've mentioned that it's rare that SunExpress is going to the south side, but here we have another one. This time a 737-800. Now switching over to runway 28 because the LR cargo has received takeoff clearance. Oh, I missed the Singapore A380 so much, I can tell you. Next heavy departure most likely will be the Etihad Boeing 787. Sasha, you tell pushback time at 11:15. It would be in 2 minutes. That would be great. And also American Airlines is a candidate for runway 28. But what would that be, kind of a classic spotter moment? When I'm here, that it would take runway 16. Like every time the same. But we will see. Alright, and now I present you the high-fly white sausage on a short final. Airbus A330.
SunExpress 3 Echo Quebec, wind 227 knots, runway check for takeoff. I'm in 28, clear for takeoff, SunExpress 3 Echo Quebec. Tower crew, the KLM 30 Alpha, holding short 28. 730 Alpha, tower, short short of runway check. All short 30 Alpha.
So, now vacating via Hotel 1.
After crossing, connectivity 124.75, copy via Juliet, cross runway 28 and 121.755 on the other side. 30 Alpha, thanks.
And over here we have a KLM Embraer 195-2 from Amsterdam. Just checked it out, there are a few heavy aircraft in close vicinity. There's a Swiss A330, number 3 for landing at the moment. It's from Boston. And followed by that an Edelweiss A340 from Vancouver. And of course I'm going to show you those two touching down. So another shot of the high-fly A330. Fortunately not an A340 as announced earlier, but we take it anyways. So, no break for us. Here we have an Air Montenegro Embraer 195.
Towers is total X-ray holding short to 2 on 2.
It's total X-ray Tower X-ray Zurich, cross runway 28, contact airline 121.755.
Zurich, beautiful 281.755.
What's your favorite flying in or out of Zurich? Ooh, that's a good question. At the moment I think I would have to go for the Edelweiss A340 because it just looks great and it will be gone soon, unfortunately. And before I miss it, the Boston flight is now on short final.
It is a back on 031.
131, 123 degrees 8 knots, 728.
Please take off and 031.
Good morning, Zurich, 463 Papa, on short runway 28 on the airport.
Zurich, 463 Papa, tower 2, total from X-ray, departure code.
Taxi to runway 28, we have this Airlines A320 to Dublin.
On Zurich, cross runway 28, then contact apron 121.755.
Yeah, I wish they would stay a bit longer too, but I think it's going to be very quick. Edelweiss is expecting 3 other A350s this year, and they have 5 in total. So right now the transition phase is quite interesting because we get both, but this won't last for long. And even though I like the A350 of Edelweiss, it really looks great, but I prefer quad jets, 4-engine airplanes over twin-engine airplanes anytime. And therefore it's no surprise that my favorite airplane is the Boeing 747. What's your favorite airplane, guys? Let me know, I'm curious about that. Am I the only one who prefers the 747 over everything else? What is your pick? Your favorite one? And speaking of Edelweiss, here we have the Vancouver flight landing on runway 14. A340-300, so Sachtler, now you have your favorite airplane here in this live stream. And probably one of the most beautiful out there anyways. Then we have the A330, also a good choice, looks quite nice as well. I mean, it's very similar to the A340, just that it has 2 engines, and also no main central landing gear. You may experience some shaky footage at the moment. This is due to the fact that we have a little bit of wind right now, and I have my streaming device on the camera, and therefore this creates some, how to say it, turbulence. But I hope it's not too bad. This stream is also some kind of a learning by doing. Look at this beauty. Going to the south side, most likely parking on Dock B. So, and the Etihad Etihad Boeing 787 has pushed back, but it looks like it's going to take runway 16. How about that? When I am here it goes 16, when I am on the observation stack it goes 28. Always the same. That's a classical spotter moment. Well, the new Edelweiss livery. To be honest, I prefer it over the old one on both the A350 and the A320. With this red on the tail section going over the tail fin. Looks very elegant. The title could be a bit bigger, but when the old one was introduced in 2016, that was, if I remember correctly, I didn't like it at all, compared to the very first one they had with the big flower in the front section. I got used to it, but honestly, if I would have to rank all three liveries, I would take the very old one until 2016 as the best one. The second best one now the new one, which is being introduced right now, and the worst one, it doesn't look bad, don't get me wrong, but between all those three I would rank the one of the current A340s on third. But that's just a personal matter of taste. Okay, traffic has died down a bit right now. That's a good opportunity to welcome all the new ones who have joined this live stream. I hope you enjoy what you're seeing. If you do, feel free to like this live stream, also share it with others, such that as many people as possible can enjoy the beauty of aviation here. It's a nice Sunday morning here at Zurich Airport. Glad that you're joining. And if you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe for weekly aviation content. I highly appreciate your support. Yes, flight simulations at their age. The very first Edelweiss livery which they had, it was the best one. If they could somehow combine the old one, like the very old one, with the new one, like keep the tail section of the new one and the front section of the old one, that would be perfect. And the larger titles, of course. So, the next Edelweiss A340 will be landing in about 10 minutes, maybe even a bit less. Inbound from Punta Cana. And that Etihad is going on runway 16 is cheesing me off a bit right now, because I would have loved to show you a close-up shot taxiing, well, it would have been taxiing to runway 28, like the Turkish Airlines and the Qatar Airways, which we saw earlier. But well, this is something we cannot this is something we can't choose, of course. Unless we're lucky and it just taxis around Dock E, which would be a bit weird, but okay. Could be an option to like separate the taxi traffic from the landing runway, but when I look on flight radar, Just taxis now on taxiway Delta behind Dock E. And is now turning north. Nope, that is runway 16 for sure. The first Swiss A350, good question. Once I read something about June or
hello, Eurowings 1 Papa, taxiing to the total of trade.
So you just hear the Eurowings on ATC. Taxiing now through the screen.
Cross runway to head contact April 121.755 Eurowings 1 Papa.
September, that could be, of course.
So good morning, good hard 9
That's the latest info I have as well, like September or October.
Taxi to Eco 2 on the hard 9 Golf Lima.
So it will take a few more months, but to be honest, that means we will enjoy the A340 in that time, which I prefer anyways. Have you guys ever flown on an A340 yet? Let me know. And also which version. I mean, there are still some A340-600s around. I was lucky. Like 1.5 years ago, from my flight from New York to Frankfurt, I got the Lufthansa A340-600, which was very nice. And I'm somehow trying to get on the A340 of Swiss or Edelweiss as well. Maybe I'm lucky, but I will have to see. Well, since there's nothing else going on, let's take a look at this Asian Airlines A320. Very nice new livery. I prefer the new one over the old one, actually. Simple, but still elegant, sleek. I like it.
Good morning, Indian 50 Hotel, ready for departure.
Okay, line up runway 28 to 050 Hotel.
Line up and wait, runway 28, Indian 50 Hotel.
Yeah, where Heligril used to be, I could go there, but there's the fence in my way, and filming and fences, that's two things which do not like each other very much. I miss the Heligril spot a lot, actually.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28, Indian 50 Hotel.
Supposed to fly on an Edelweiss A330 on a A340 on the USA trip, but I got switched to an A330. Oh, that sucks. That's bad luck. I actually flew on the Edelweiss A330-200 like 15 years ago or so to Fuerteventura. That was an interesting one. There goes Asian Airlines to Athens. You flew with TAP Portugal's A340-300 flight simulator at their age. That's a very nice one. And it is retired, you're absolutely right. And that's what makes it more valuable anyways. I also enjoy flying with Edelweiss actually. Qatar. Always have had good experiences. I'm going to fly with it again in 4 weeks time. Wow, time is running. I'm looking forward to that. To Fuerteventura again. Most likely an A320. Yeah, some well-deserved vacation around the corner. Do you guys also go on vacation soon this summer? Let me know. And also the others. Where are you going on vacation this year? I'm going to Fuerteventura, as I said. And also to the US in November. And whilst we are talking about our travel plans, here we have the second out of 3 Edelweiss A340s this morning, inbound from Punta Cana. Now touching down on runway 14.
Tower low and taxi Alpha 1, confirm fully ready.
So, Edelweiss is one charter airline that we have in Switzerland, or tourist airlines. Another one is Chair Airlines. We're taxiing with an A320. Absolutely brilliant naming in my opinion. CH stands for Switzerland. And yeah, just some very clever marketing in my opinion. Emerged out of Germania when they went bankrupt by an investor, and since then it's called Chair. That was a bit of a fast zoom. Oh. That's faster than expected. Well, Qatar, if you enjoyed the review so much, so let's give you more about that. Edelweiss A340. Taxing to parking. Let's see whether it goes to the south side as well. Well, I don't know whether you've heard it on the ATC, but the Etihad Dreamliner is now taking off on runway 16. Bad luck for us. But we still can hear the engines.
Charlie on Juliet coming short of the wind.
Okay, let's quickly go to the other side here. Runway 28 would have been much better, of course, for us, but at least we saw it. Alright, the inbound rush is now slowly but surely dying in a bit, or calming down, better say. I don't know whether dying in is even an expression in English. But I don't do flight simming actually. No time for that. And yes, Etihad will use the A321neo or LR on the evening flights, as far as I know, from October on or something. I'm not sure, but it will be on the evening flight if I read that correctly at least. So, quickly checking the battery status here from my camera, very good. And also, I'm streaming now for 2 hours and I've still got 68% in my streaming device. That's pretty good. Well, the inbound rush is not really calming down, it's just Swiss flights all over the place. The continental flights which departed in the early morning are now returning, bringing the transfer passengers and also of course the people traveling to Zurich, but a lot of transfer passengers in those flights which will be going on a long haul flight which will be departing in the early afternoon. So, now let's enjoy one of the most beautiful liveries out there in our opinion, Qatar Airways. A320 departing to Rome. Good morning, LSZ H-Spotter. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, that blue is very nice, isn't it? Especially when the sun is shining. The next heavy is correct. American Airlines 787, hopefully on runway 28. And Singapore 777, but this one will go out on 16, pretty sure. My speculations about the runway change are probably dead and wrong. The wind is, yeah, a slight breeze, but not much. That's not enough to switch the runways, which is, yeah. Would have been nice from our perspective, because then we'd have seen all the heavy departures on runway 32, but as it looks, this won't happen. But well, there were already days where I was right with my speculations, but today the wind is weaker than expected. How many runway 34 departures have you captured lately? Not many, to be honest. Occasionally maybe a United 767. But runway 34 departures is something I don't see quite often.
Runway 28 and wind cross 121. Bye-bye, ASC-21.
So I just checked the approach sector while this chair A319 is crossing the screen. Inbound from Skopje. And I see that the third Edelweiss A340 from Cancun is number 4 for landing at the moment. And it's currently on base turn.
Eagle 507, you may leave, pitch better.
Pitch better.
Tower grid C339 Hotel approaching Juliet State.
339 Hotel, Tower Deck, Zurich, cross runway 28, contact 810
On Juliet, cross runway 28, 11755, 339 Hotel.
Tiger 1 Echo Papa, Tower, taxi to Alpha 1, report ready.
Alpha 1 ready, reaching Joe Echo Papa. Tower, good morning to
Tiger 1 Echo Papa, wind 250 degrees, 7 knots, runway 28.
What happened? Well, camera went to power save mode again. But now it should be back to normal. We still have around 20 people watching. To anyone who is new or has joined recently, welcome to this channel and to this live stream. We are here at Zurich Airport on parking lot P6. The American Airlines 787 pushing back, but I do not like the way how they are pushing it back, because like this it looks like it's going to runway 16 as well. My goodness, bad luck for us today. Well, if you enjoy what you're seeing here, apart from the black screen before, I'd appreciate it if you could leave a like and also subscribe if you want. There's weekly aviation content here on this channel. Also share the live stream with others, such that as many people as possible can enjoy the beauty of aviation here on this beautiful day. And let's quickly go down here. We have an Helvetic Embraer parking. It's quite a nice view as well.
Airline 348, hold position, we are released in 1 minute. Next 6 kilo, wind 240 degrees 7 knots, runway 28, next 6 kilo.
So, and the next Edelweiss A340 is on final.
6 kilo from the tower delayed.
You can see it now in the screen. I'll zoom in afterwards when it's a bit closer.
About 6 kilo, can you say again? From tower. Yeah, about 6 kilo, go ahead. Next 6 kilo, you're cleared for dual hold position now. Take off clearance is cancelled, hold position on runway 28. Tower, about 6 kilo. About 6 kilo, how do you rate?
So that is the third Edelweiss A340 today.
Airline 348, wind 250 degrees 5 knots, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 16,
Phase 2 Victor Echo on Zurich, cross now runway 28, contact apron 121.1155.
On Zurich, cross right 1.75, hotel. Takeoff with 895, forward is first place.
94 Alpha Tower, text radio link cross 128, contact apron 121.755.
On Zurich, crossing runway 6 and 1.755, that is the 895.
This perspective is really nice, and they are head on to you, especially in this lighting.
Next 6 kilo, radio check.
Looks like it's going to the south side too.
And next 6 kilo, radio check. If someone is 1755, shall and on 348, contact departure.
Connect to Bank flight.
All right, the American Airlines 787, no, 787 of course, taxiing to runway 16 as it looks. That is bad luck. Both 787s go to 16 on the same day. If I was on Dock B, it would have been a lucky day, but like this.
Thank you, 4x5.
MX6 Kilo, Roger, we had an issue with the radio. You were the only one, you didn't read me. So wind now 270 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Say again?
MX6 Kilo, wind 260 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28, MX6 Kilo.
All right. Yes, Rex, thank you very much for joining. Have a great day. I'll stay online at least until the Emirates A380 is landing, but this will take like another 90 minutes at least. And I'm just checking on what else we can expect. If they keep the runway usage concept like this, like landings on 14 and departures on 28 and 16, I hope that the Air Canada 777, which you see now on the left side of the screen, will also take off on runway 28. Maybe also the Swiss Dubai flight, which is probably an A330. Then I expect the Iceland Air Boeing 757. And then of course the Emirates A380, which is scheduled for 13:30 local time, so in 1 hour and 35 minutes. And in the meantime, let's take a look at this Air Europa 737-800. Departing to Madrid. A little bit further back on the north side we have a Pegasus A320 Neo. So if I could center it into the middle of the screen, that would be nice.
Call it back, take it, Europa 44 November Yankee, wind 1 degrees, 4 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff. American Liner 3, Liner 1, line up at 3, runway 16.
Runway 16, basic 01, American
Air Europa has received takeoff clearance, so here it goes. I think the Pegasus flight will follow momentarily. Yes, I've seen that. The Delta 767 to Atlanta is taxiing to 16 as well. And I think I will show you it afterwards when it departs, even though it's on 16, but let's have a look nevertheless. In ZurichAirportSpotter aircraft, I'm staying live at least until the A380 of Emirates is landing, so at least another 90 minutes. And here goes the Pegasus. Baltic A350, which has just landed.
American 93, wind 180 degrees north, knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
And now the American Airlines 787, that's like the second time I labeled it wrongly,
Let's take up 16.
has received takeoff clearance and will depart right now.
Approach and first, which 5 over kilo.
Contact 5028, contact departure, bye-bye.
Contact departure, bye-bye. 5028.
That was Defender Delta approaching 28 on Juliet.
Defender Delta, tower, declare Juliet, cross runway 28, contact departure 121
Cross 28 on Juliet, 121. Set that first with Defender Delta, bye.
Oh, hello, Chris, November, holding point, Papa 1, Papa 2. There were 2 stations, Great Blue for Whiskey, tower, hello, line up runway 28, QNH 1018. Line up runway 28 and QNH 1018, Chris.
Again, turning to the other side. It's already gained quite some altitude here. Okay, and the Delta flight test is now going to depart as well, right behind American. To Atlanta. Say similar to the United flight to San Francisco, a seasonal service.
Zurich Tower, Smartet 53 Papa, Papa 2, ready for departure.
Smartet 53 Papa, tower low, QNH 1018, we have additional runway 1 open right down at 2.
I expect this one not to climb that fast like the American did. Well, alright, my speculation with the runway change is now definitely turned out to be wrong. The wind, still a slight breeze, definitely not enough to switch the runways. So now it is a bit calm, traffic-wise. Until in about 30 minutes the outbound rush will begin. However, I still expect in the not too distant future the Singapore Airlines 777, which is over there, to push back. It should have been, the departure time is usually 11:45, but most of the time it's like 15 minutes late. Yeah, 240 degrees 7 knots, 7 knots is easy peasy. No need to change the runways.
Hotel Oscar X-ray up to Echo 2, proceed via threshold 28, threshold 34 to default zone.
After Echo 2, proceed via threshold 28, threshold 34 to default zone.
Silence before the big storm, so to say. Let's quickly look at the departure board. It won't take long. Some flights are delayed, but there are many departures within the next 60 minutes. And I hope one or the other heavy airplane will also depart on runway 28. There won't be many, but I'm hoping for Air Canada at least. I just checked the arrival and departure board. It seems like the Qatar Airways A350-1000 will land at exactly 2 PM, so in 2 hours, and I think this will mark the end of the stream, so let's stay online until then. Meantime, we have an A220 of Air France to Paris.
Hotel Oscar X-ray wind 190 degrees, 4 knots, Pato clear to land.
Clear to land, Pato, Hotel Oscar X-ray.
Yes, the United 767-400 should be pushing back soon, although it was delayed on landing. But that was like 1.5 hours ago, so there was enough time to make this thing ready for departure. Okay. There are airplanes coming at us right now. Another one is taxiing. Iberia A321 to Madrid.
Number 3 taxi to Alpha.
Number 3 taxi to Alpha 1.
This Swiss A320 marks the beginning of the outbound rush, I would say.
569 Tango behind Iberia, line up and wait terminate trade.
Behind Iberia.
Now waiting for Iberia to start its takeoff roll.
Alpha Alpha, contact departure. Iberia 06 Alpha Victor, wind 1-0 degrees, 6 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28, Iberia 6 Alpha Victor.
And here it goes. We have a little private airplane as it looks. Pilatus PC-12, I'd say. The next one is the Swiss A320. Yes, Singapore Airlines is pushing back right now, but covered by a building. Still a few airplanes landing from the Swiss inbound rush, which are a bit delayed as it looks. Like the Helvetic we've just seen, arrived from Thessaloniki in Greece.
Target is to Tango Mike on the Juliet Ultra 3.
The Tango Mike started to Juliet, cross runway 28, contact April 1 to 1.755.
Juliet Ultra 8, 1.755.
Next there is a Swiss A321 Neo crossing the screen inbound from Milan.
Quebec, Tower 80, line up on 828, reported.
Line up on 828, and we're ready.
And here we have a Helvetic Embraer 190 E2. Taxiing behind a lineup of more Helvetic Embraers, I can quickly show you that. Here we have the first one, also an E190 E2, then a normal E190, and this one I think as well. And I'm keeping the camera pointing in this direction because next there is something quite nice appearing. The Condor A321neo with green stripes. Here it is.
Are you ready?
I think the Helvetic Embraer should be ready for takeoff now. Yep, just received takeoff clearance. Now let's wait for Condor. Swiss A330 to Delhi will also push back soon, okay. It's usually one of the first Swiss heavies departing in the early afternoon. But usually it takes 1.6 and not 2.8.
Tower Buddha, Swiss 8 for whiskey, holding short to 8. 182 clear for takeoff. Condor, 900, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Okay, Condor has taken clearance.
Yankee, tower low, behind departing, Airbus line up and wait, runway 28.
Behind the Airbus lining on the runway, line up runway 28, behind Turkish, unaffiliated 328.
I was talking about Condor, maybe hold short to 8.
Here we have an A-Jet 737 MAX. Also not too often that we see those on the south side.
Well, let's cross 28 and 11.755 for my Swiss 8 whiskey. I would about Airlines, control Quebec, continuation for short to 8.
And next in line we have an Edelweiss A320.
125 Zurich Tower, Hotel Baltic and Foxtrot. Hotel Baltic Foxtrot, near Frankfurt, wir fällt at the Hogan 2200, transit cross Sierra Whiskey 1 Whiskey.
Hotel Golf Foxtrot, crossing on Air Sierra, Whiskey 1 Whiskey approved, QNH 1018.
QNH 1018, crossing approved Hotel Baltic Golf Foxtrot.
Anatolia 3 Sierra Yankee, wind 230 degrees 5 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
3 for the go and the 3 Sierra.
246 Lima, Tower low, line up and right, runway 28.
Right, the A-Jet has received takeoff clearance.
Hello, good morning, Singapore 345.
1, confirm ready.
Continue to Echo 1, Singapore 345.
So, Captain Chicken Sandwich is also spotting. He tells us in the chat, at which location are you at the moment? Quickly go over here because we have Croatia Airlines Staff 8. And here we have Pegasus A321neo. Yeah, quite a lot of traffic at the moment. That's very nice. Same time, the Edelweiss A350. Swiss A321 has just landed. We'll focus on departures for now. Swiss A321 can cross first.
This one triple eight with 230 degrees 4 knots, runway 16 clear for takeoff. Airport 345, landed Baltic ahead, line up and right, runway 16 behind.
Behind departing aircraft, yes, we will line up runway 16.
There is an Air Baltic A220 departing out of runway 16 right now, so the ones on runway 28 won't take off, of course, in that case.
Corsair 461 Tower, hello, then Pegasus on the runway, line up and right, runway 28 behind.
Yeah, Pegasus on the runway, line up.
Yeah, now the departure rush is definitely going on. We have a Lufthansa A319 to Frankfurt. Hello Zurich Airport Spotter, welcome to this stream. I expect Singapore to depart now, but okay. I'm curious whether the Singapore will depart or not. Singapore Airlines 777. just received takeoff clearance.
Contact 4 Echo Alpha, contact departure, goodbye.
Contact departure, bye-bye, Sunset 4 Echo Alpha.
System 09 Charlie, tower low, behind the dash 8 on the runway, line up and ready to make 28 behind.
System 09 Charlie, schönen guten Tag, behind the dash 8 on the runway, line up and wait behind. Tower from Foxtrot, hello. From the 128.
Quickly turn to the other side again to see the climb out. Alright, before my camera switches off, I quickly have to change the battery. It will take like 1 to 2 minutes, so I'll make a short break and be right back. Alright, back again with a full battery. Now no worries about any interruptions anymore.
Behind, ready from the other side, line up away, runway 28, behind.
So we have currently 31 people watching, if my statistics are right. So welcome everyone to those who have joined recently. I hope you enjoy what you're seeing. If you do, please leave a like. I would highly appreciate it. And if you enjoy everything, also leave a subscription. Weekly aviation content here. So I highly appreciate your support. Also don't hesitate to share the stream with others. Now we have one of those Helvetic temporaries which have parked down here, taxiing to the runway. Behind that Helvetic is an Edelweiss A320.
And the wings to runway, line up runway 28 behind, on the kilo.
Something is not quite as I wanted with my equipment. Okay, the daily flight seems to be taxiing to runway 16. Yeah, I expected that. I'm still hoping for Air Canada to take runway 28, but we will see.
You're in streak, so contact departure, goodbye.
Departure, goodbye, rings, straight away.
This is 139 kilo, 200 degrees 5 knots, runway 28 for takeoff.
Runway 28 takeoff with 139 kilo. Tower, Luminaire 540 Mike, holding 28.
Luminaire 540 Mike, tower low, hold short of runway 28.
Hold short 28, Luminaire 540 Mike.
Probably was the Embraer which we saw taxiing out before.
Get across to 11755, Luminaire 540 Mike.
This is 896 Bravo Tower, taxi rate cross runway 28 and contact apron 121.755, goodbye.
128 cross runway 28, 121.755, with 896 Bravo.
This is 139 kilo, contact departure, goodbye.
Departure at ISS 139 kilo. Hello, Central Charlie, sequence holding.
Central Charlie Tower, low hold short of runway 28.
Only short, Central Charlie.
No departing flights at the moment, and I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my tripod setting here.
Edelweiss 1246 with 250 degrees 5 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Now we have the next departure on runway 28. Edelweiss A320, most likely. Here we have a Swiss A220 taxiing to runway 28.
Edelweiss 1246, contact departure, yes?
Hello Bennett, welcome to the stream, and I am listening to the ATC via an ATC scanner, which I've set up right next to me. That's how I listen to it. And over there we have the Qatar Portugal A321, which is just behind it. Or A321neo, to be precise. We have a private jet, Cessna Citation, if I'm not wrong. And now we have the next departure. Probably the A220 which we saw before. Two A220s in one screen. This one here is a 100 version though. Yeah. Swiss A330 to Dubai, pushing back from Delta 57. Thank you, Sasha. And I hope this one will go on runway 28. Fingers crossed. Next one, getting ready for departure, Helvetic Embraer 195 E2. I always find it kind of funny to see those planes. Very big engines and rather narrow fuselage. So looks interesting in my opinion. Still quite a bit of landing traffic going on. This looks like an A320neo.
Alpha Control Runway 28 and Public 11755. Star 7555.
Hold sugar from it, wait. So 5 Echo Charlie with 260 degrees 3 knots from it, wait, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, flight check, 5 Echo Charlie.
Now the Helvetic Embraer has received takeoff clearance, so we switch over to the runway here, and it will appear in any second.
136 cross tower low line, American midway.
And on the taxiway we have an Air Baltic A350.
Departure, choose 5 Echo Charlie. Tower 356 Yankee on Juliet.
356 Yankee tower low, hold short from it, wait.
Hold short 2 356 Yankee.
136 Golf with 270 degrees 3 knots from it, wait, clear for takeoff.
27 takeoff, please 136 Golf.
As you can see in the background, we have an A330 of Zurich, which will be departing on runway 16.
Departure, this one, right.
Today's Ethiopian flight is operated by a 787 today. Okay, interesting. Unfortunately today I have no time in the evening, but well. But I guess it's parked somewhere in the whiskey stands at the moment. Arriving in the morning and departing in the evening.
KLM 1920 tower low, left to right, runway 28.
Hey, hello, Cruisy 1920. Line up 8, runway 28, the Alpha, thanks.
So, here we have a KLM E195 E2 to Amsterdam. same time, the Swiss A330 is departing. Quickly turn around again and hope that we see the climb out. Engines of those A330s. And we have a Swiss A220-100.
If I go over right to right again, and 1. Thanks, have a good day.
Same time, the KLM has received takeoff clearance and will appear any second behind the building. United 767-400 has pushed back, okay, behind Dock E. So most likely this is also a runway 16 departure.
Departure from Michael, 180.
But what I am eyeing at the moment is actually turning on final for runway 14 right now, which is an Iceland Air Boeing 757. And you never know when it is the last one you're seeing. Usually they use a 737 MAX, and it's probably the last summer season when they used the 757, so I try to catch every one I get. Swiss flight to Dubai has also pushed back. This is one of the one I'm hoping that it could take runway 28. We will see. We haven't been very lucky yet with heavy departures of 28. American and Etihad both took 16, which is rather the unusual case.
5 kilo, contact departure, goodbye.
Answer log, so it's 5 kilo.
Zulu Tower, access on runway line up the right runway towards behind.
Behind split between runway line up runway 28 and the range speed 9, please, for that little bit.
So, and here we have another Air Baltic A320.
Echo with 250 degrees 4 knots, mature clear for takeoff.
It's very warm up here.
Does I think Echo contact departure, goodbye?
Departure, yes. Thank you.
And now on short final is the Iceland Air 757. And that's one of my main targets today, so let's have a look.
United 53 Tower Zero, departure in 4 minutes, taxi to Echo 2.
Alright, departure 4 minutes, taxi to Echo 2, United 53.
So it's 248 Zulu, 1320 degrees 3 knots, I'm at 2 clear for takeoff.
Yeah, we're taking off 528 dash is 248.
Have another look at it when it's taxiing right here. Man, what's going on?
Departure, 248, segment.
Hotel India, so contact April, I want to on business 755, goodbye.
Alright, in a few seconds we will know whether the Dubai flight of Swiss will be departing on runway 28 or not. I'm curious and I hope the best. It'd be great to see another heavy here. But for now, take a look at this 757.
I want to Charlie approaching. Runway 28 on Juliet.
I want to Charlie Tower, taxi to Zurich, cross runway 28, contact April 120, 755, goodbye.
Cross runway 28 on Juliet. April 11755, Airlines, I want to Charlie.
And in the meantime, we have a Swiss A321, one of the old ones.
United 53 and 200 degrees full, gusting 9 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 16, that's fine.
So a little update on the A380, scheduled to land in about 33 minutes according to flight radar. And I'm now switching over to the United 767, which is now taking off on runway 16. Then I quickly turn around to film the climb out. Usually that one climbs out very shallow. Swiss Dubai flight didn't feel like going runway 28 today, yep, looks like. Today we're really not too lucky regarding that. Last hope is the Air Canada.
Line up to stage, fishbone line up above.
With the dog Swiss 242 heavy on the way to Echo Zulu.
Swiss 242 tower low, taxi to Echo 2, departure in 5 minutes.
Taxi to Echo 2, Swiss 242.
Hello, Swiss 9 Zulu Alpha on Echo, holding short to wait. Swiss 9 Zulu Alpha tower low, taxi to Echo, cross runway 28 and contact April on 121 decimal 755. On Echo cross runway 28, 121 755, Swiss 9 Zulu Alpha. Swiss 242, line up to H, runway 16.
Lining up and waiting at runway 16.
Swiss 9 Bravo tower low, up and Baltic and SAS has the range runway 28 behind.
We have Baltic and headlining at runway 28 behind. Swiss 9 Bravo.
Swiss 490 190 degrees 8 left, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Another Swiss A321, this time with Emirates. Seems like one is cooling up on the runway. And here we have another A220 100 this time.
Hello, behind us is the headline on the bridge runway 28 behind us, 321. City Tower low, Swiss 184, taxi Juliet. Advise 1 down, taxi Juliet, cross runway 28, contact from 1
Yeah, hopefully not, Sasha. I would love to see at least one more heavy out of runway 28 today. Boston, usually runway 16. Tokyo, always 16. Since we're talking about A321s, here is the last one in this collection. It is the A321neo. I think we have covered now all of them. The old one with the old winglets, and the newer ones with the sharklets, and now the A321neo. Another Helvetic Embraer 195E2. Just above, there is an A330 pushing back. That doesn't look like it's going on runway 28. This Embraer down here is also ready. We started up the engines. And on runway 16, there is an A330 departing. Helvetic is now taxiing out. currently 3 Edelweiss A340s at dock B, yeah. Those are the 3 which we have seen landing earlier, I guess. So, Swiss A330 started taxiing. About 25 more minutes until the Emirates A380 arrives. Okay, flight radar is now telling that the Emirates will arrive in still pretty much 25 minutes, so it's taking like 5 minutes longer. The bus you've seen before is from the airside tours they do from dock B. When you are going to the observation stack B, you can get a ticket for this airside tour. It takes about 1 hour and 15 minutes, commented, and you get to see like different facilities of the airport from up close. Also, going out to dock E, you drive through the forest behind there, so quite nice. And Air Canada gate closed, that's good news. According to flight radar, it is on time. And after the bus stopping there, it depends actually. It depends whether there is some landing traffic or not. Sometimes they stop if there's nothing going on, they just keep going. And what I just wanted to say, I probably need to do, evaluate a bit how long the battery of my streaming device is lasting. It will be enough to cover the A380 and the Air Canada if it goes on 2.8, but much longer not. So I expect 30 minutes of additional streaming, but then I'll have to see how long. it goes, and plus it's very warm up here. So now with the stream going into its final phase, welcome to everyone who has joined recently. We are here at Zurich Airport, parking lot P6. Departure rush is ongoing. If you like what you're seeing, please leave a like. I would highly appreciate your support. Also, if you like, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Weekly aviation content in 4K and also additional live streams in the next week, so it will be worth it. And now also share the stream with others, such that other people can also enjoy the beauty of aviation on this Sunday afternoon. And now let's go back to the action. Square 195. Here we have a Swiss A220 which has just landed.
Contact departure 2, this is 2 Echo Tango.
And on runway 16 we have another Swiss A330 departing. Unfortunately we are really at the wrong spot now for the heavy departure rush. Due to the wind forecast I have speculated that they could do a runway change, but this unfortunately did not happen. And yeah, the heavies of course usually take the longer runway.
Bravo.
Yeah, wind 240 at 8. That's by far not enough to do a runway change. next departures out of 28 have to wait because the Swiss A330, which we saw before on the takeoff roll, is now overhead. And in order to avoid that they conflict with each other, like on the departure routes, they quickly have to stop the departures out of runway 28, but they will continue in any minute again. In the meantime, let's have a look at the Swiss A320. The narrow body departure rush is about to be over, so let's enjoy these as long as we have them. Next departure on 28 has just received takeoff clearance. Swiss A320 Neo. Yeah, all those heavies standing over there. Seem to have the gates closed, so departure rush of the heavies. As usual, you wait and then they go all at once. But yeah, we are unfortunately at the wrong spot now. We have another A220. Helvetic Embraer 190 E2.
So go on top of contact departure, goodbye.
We have another Swiss A320 Neo. Tell whether it's ready or not, although the tow truck is there, so it could be ready soon.
So 5 Lima Delta, contact departure. departure, goodbye. Very good, now, leave it open. Super, we Yankee 220 degrees 7 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
And then next takeoff on runway 28. And after that one I'm going to check where the Emirates A380 currently is. Should already be in rather close vicinity. Alright, the Emirates A380 will land in about 8 minutes. It's already quite close to the airport. Yeah, departure rush of the heavies really all at once. Here we have another Swiss A321neo. A321neo is followed by an A320neo. course, ask questions anytime. So now we slowly but surely are awaiting the Emirates A380.
Good, behind 3 when you want to head down to runway 28 and wait behind. Just down for 1.
And here we have a Swiss A340 pushing back. Let's stay with this one in this case.
Take a 1 tower, hello Roger, and North be approved, QNH 1018.
KLM number 190, taxiing in front of it. Come on.
This 1050 over 250 degrees 5 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Take up runway 28 with 1050.
This 160 tower, hello via Echo 2, line up and range runway 16.
Next, German and a Brazil comes 16.
It's the one to Miami as it seems, not the one to Florida.
Shoulder from runway 28.
Onshore 28, then 191.
Tower.
Charlie Tower,
Alright, Air Canada is on the screen as well on flight radar and has the beacon light on, so that's now my big hope that it goes on runway 28. That would be great. And simultaneously I see the Emirates A380 on fire. Let's quickly move over here. Now we should see it.
This 1050, contact departure, goodbye. This 941 X-ray, then 210 degrees 6 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
European takeoff is 1.
Line up and range runway 28.
So, let's watch the whale touching down.
Low level crossing left, right.
Copy, Swiss 160.
Swiss 160 went to 10 degrees 8 knots, runway 16 clear for takeoff.
Runway 16 clear for takeoff, Swiss 160.
Swiss 941 exit, contact departure, goodbye.
Report to the 941.
Killer 191, contact airplane 11755.
11755, get a 191.
So you have the bus of another 8.2.
Contact airplane 121.755.
taking the last exit as pretty much all the times. Now head-on view is the largest passenger airline.
Midday, Edelweiss Air, we are holding short of runway 28 kilo.
Airfast over Victor, kilo cross 28, 11755, goodbye.
Cross runway 28 kilo and contact 11755, thank you, Edelweiss Air.
Air Bravo Victor.
Yes, Air Bravo Victor.
I didn't get your readback. Cross now 11755.
Making 11755, and we are crossing this just now, crossing runway 28 kilo.
Yeah, I need a readback for this. Baltic and SAS, Turkish and SunExpress.
Thank you.
It's holding position there, interesting. Taxiways are theoretically clear. But they are pushing back some airplanes from Dock E, like this 777 here. And maybe he has to wait until those planes have cleared the way.
Hotel Foxtrot, connect departure, goodbye. Going to pass on back.
So, what about Air Canada? Beacon light is on. United Airlines as well, right next to it. Which runway will it take? British Airways A320, yep. Taxiing to runway 28.
Okay, back with 2536 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff. Okay, clear for takeoff.
The 7 is ready, behind there is another one.
6 for Echo Tower, grid C, hold Echo 1. Hold Echo 1.
And now Air Canada is pushing back, and now I'm curious. Will it be runway 28 or runway 16? That is the question. And so far I like what I'm seeing. That looks promising, as long as it's not doing a U-turn or something like that. Okay. The A380 is still holding position. I'll go back to him as soon as he starts moving again. on time to see this Edelweiss A320.
The Zero Lima with 270 degrees 6 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff. There's a takeoff, give it 76 pounds per tower, clear, see line up, runway 28, and I'm running back, 76.
So this Swiss 777 is moving as well. It's already departing, that was quick. And the Emirates A380 is continuing to taxi.
162 Mike, hold position. Hold position. Über 30 Lima to departure, goodbye.
About to see a nice view from the side over its full length.
Über 30 Lima to departure, goodbye.
It turns onto taxiway Bravo as it looks.
736 Papa with 260 degrees 3 knots, runway 28 clear for takeoff. Check clear for takeoff, 736 Papa. 336 Lima, tower clear, see line up, runway 28, and a runway 28, 336 Lima, great. 6 for deck, we have to wait for 2 other colleagues on 16.
Well, quite a lot of things going on here. Air Canada that has pushed back, the Edelweiss is waiting for the airplane that is currently taking off. The Swiss 777 behind that is also waiting. It will probably taxi in front of the A380 afterwards to clear a taxiway such that Air Canada can taxi straight ahead.
For the 0 tower, clear, sit on 116, Echo 2. Running up waiting 16 with 40 and back on your ready then.
So Edelweiss is now crossing the runway. Swiss is probably going to follow him onto this taxiway. It will not cross the runway, but turn to the west, and the A380 most likely will follow the Swiss 777.
Departure the line 3736.
Runway 28 clear for takeoff. Runway 28 clear for takeoff, runway 226 Lima.
There's an Iberia or Air Nostrum CRJ 1000, but it seems like it has to give way to the Emirates. He has waited enough now. Just let him taxi. About to complete the 4th hour of this stream.
That's Alpha, 336 Lima.
Hi Terry, welcome to the stream. We're watching from Florida. It must be early morning at your end. Any special flights today? There was one, a high-fly A330. But other than that, we have quite normal traffic, I'd say. So what is Air Canada doing? I'm waiting for that one. Well, meantime, Swiss A320neo. And another A320neo over here from Scandinavian Airlines. Austrian CRJ1000, which has to wait for the runway crossing as it looks. Nope, now we can cross. It seems like Air Canada is waiting for those two here to clear the way such that they can taxi straight ahead to runway 28, I hope at least.
372 line up on 16, echo 2.
Runway 16, with 72.
Background we can see a Swiss 777 starting its takeoff roll. And if I heard it correctly, this is Swiss flight 40, and 40 is Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And now Air Canada has started taxiing. Air Canada, old livery. Which one do you prefer, the old one or the new livery? With the black mask around the cockpit. I must say, first I preferred the old one, but the new one in the meantime has kind of grown on me. Or grown to me, how do you say that's correct in English? Sure. However, today I prefer the new one. Gulfstream or Bombardier Global Express?
Say again?
It's bird base 11 at Papa 2. We're ready.
Yeah, that's a Glex.
Bird base 11, tower hello.
Nice livery. Cool. Canada taxi in front. Really nice. It's a cool one.
Power is small, so when you're ready. It's forward off, hello, call you back. It's 72 to departure, goodbye. Departure, you're right. 36 for it, going 270, reach 4
Okay, now let's get a close-up shot of the Air Canada 777. Building appeared a bit too early. No? And yeah, as you can see, on Dock E there's not much left. We have Delta with a 767-400 ER and United to San Francisco, which is pushing back right now. Takeoffs, we are unfortunately at the wrong spot. I've speculated for a runway change, but this didn't quite go as hoped for. And yeah, but at least we got the Air Canada departing out of 28. Also you can see the tail of the Qatar A350, which is standing there quite interesting. Starts taxiing as well. Well, if that thing goes on 2.8, then I'm happy, I tell you. Well, I doubt it. It's doing a U-turn as it looks. Let's keep the focus quickly on the Delta. If my tripod head does not let me down.
Thank you. Oh, 146 whiskey, Papa 2. This is 38 kilo in 2 fast, 5 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff. Runway 16, clear for takeoff, please. 38 kilo. Luminaire 146 whiskey, Tower North, call you back.
Another Swiss 777 on runway 16 has now received takeoff clearance. 38 to San Francisco. Even though we are a bit far away, let's have a look. United San Francisco flight right in the front, and here's the Qatar A350, which has done a U-turn from taxiway Foxtrot onto taxiway Echo as it looks. Flight control check going on right now. And it's now turning around. Now you can see actually, by the way, people on the observation stack E. Now lining up on runway 16 is an Edelweiss A340. Wait.
Luminaire 146 whiskey.
That is here. It's taking off already.
Take the PC-12 ahead, hold short, Papa 1. Or take the PC-12, hold short, Papa 1, Luminaire 146 whiskey, thank you very much.
So, and for this one, I'm going to turn around and film the climb out. Let's see how shallow that is. As you know, the A340 is only climbing due to the curvature of the Earth. Although it's not necessarily underpowered as many people say, it just has enough power as it requires actually. And a fun fact, I have talked to a pilot. If the A340 has an engine failure, it will climb better with 3 engines than an A350, for example, with just 1 engine. That's also the reason why the twin-engine jets have a better climb performance. They need to generate enough power to be able to take off with 1 engine only. And if they got 2 engines running, then of course they have a lot of reserve. So, what about those on 2A? Their Canada isn't moving at all. Tripod head, don't let me down. Alright, what's left? That's true, Sasha. The Edelweiss A340s are usually a bit earlier on rotation than the Swiss ones. Also has to do that the Shanghai and Seoul flights are currently very, very long routes due to the closure of the Russian airspace. They have to take a longer route. And the ones of Edelweiss, yeah, standard between 9 and like 11 hours of flight timing. Plus, currently, we still have school going on, so it's not yet main travel season, so they are certainly not fully loaded. Okay. The Qatar Airways A350 will land in approximately 12 minutes. This one will mark the end of this stream, so we're now in the last minutes. So to everyone who has joined recently, welcome to this live stream here from Zurich Airport. During those final minutes, we are expecting an Air Canada 777 departing in any second, plus some Qatar Airways A350-1000, which will land in a few minutes as well. So some interesting stuff going on. Take this opportunity. Please leave a like if you enjoy what you're seeing, and if you're new, also subscribe. Yeah, I have more live streams coming up and also weekly aviation content on this channel, and I appreciate any support. So feel free, if you enjoy my live stream and also my other videos, not to miss anything in the future. And now Air Canada is receiving takeoff clearance. Prepare for a nice pull-up sound.
Air Canada 881, connect departure, goodbye.
Alright, that was pretty nice, and now we are awaiting the Qatar A350, which will land in a few minutes.
Runway 27 degrees 1 to announce, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
So down here we have, if I get my things together, another Swiss A321 Neo. takeoff on runway 28. Which was a Swiss A320-100. Just landed, here is a Turkish Airlines A321neo from Istanbul. And behind that is an Air Serbia A319 from Belgrade. So what about Delta Airlines? Should have departed already.
For Victor to departure, goodbye. Departure, Charles, on click up.
Alright, the Qatar Airways A350 is now on downwind for runway 14. Number 2 for landing as it looks. This is going to be the grand finale for this live stream. And until then, let's take a look at the Qatar A350. Even though far away, but better than nothing.
Echo 2.
Line up 16 Echo 2, United 45 Heavy.
Edelweiss 10 Tower Grid, hold short Echo 2.
Thanks.
Unleadable, Edelweiss 10, hold short Echo 2.
Hey, firm, we are holding short Echo 2, Edelweiss.
Okay.
Turkish Airlines has parked right next to Delta. And yeah, then there is only one thing missing, the Qatar A350, landing in about 5 minutes.
Care of your son. Roger, 146 West. Yeah, it's 1-1, expect the release in about 10 to 11 minutes.
Hello Jonas, you're watching from Brazil. Great. Welcome to the stream. We're just on time for the grand finale, which will be the Qatar Airways A350 landing in a few minutes. So, just on time.
That way to it, we have to control.
57 goes to departure, goodbye.
57 dark, 447 goes.
Swiss 3 Alpha Tango, wind 25 degrees 9 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff, no delay.
Great, take off, let's go, take off.
Third base 11, do you have an update for us?
Yeah, and third base 11, but release now in 8 minutes.
Gotcha.
United 45 in 25 degrees 8 knots, runway 16.
Okay, now the wind is picking up a
Oh,
bit.
clear for takeoff, United 45.
Unfortunately, a little bit too late, but
Edinburgh 16.
it is how it is. And ATC has created a gap in the arrivals such that the United 777 can depart. It has just received takeoff clearance on runway 16. So the A350 of Qatar will be here in 4 to 5 minutes. Another helvetic Embraer 190 E2, 195 E2, correct?
Edelweiss 10 with 240 degrees 7 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
160 for takeoff in right.
United 45, connect departure, goodbye.
All departure, yeah, 45, bye-bye.
Yeah, 12 knots feels like it, actually. Here we have a Condor A350 with yellow stripes. It's just landed.
Okay, crossing runway 28, and 117 goodbye, come happy Victor.
Here we have Top Air Portugal A321 here, departing to Lisbon. Still waiting for... Oh no. The Qatari, but I think... Yeah, I see it on fire. So... if you can see it as well, tell me in the live stream, in the chat. It's actually quite well hidden in the clouds. Although, oh no, it's better visible actually on the screen than in real life.
Over Delta 1, runway 11. Testing to hello. Second. Testing to just wanted to check your warehouse system. Just to take care of the clock on the front.
Actually looks quite nice with the hills in the background. Seeing it sailing down to the runway, touchdown zone.
Midday 146 Whiskey, wind 240 degrees 11, max 16 knots, runway 2 exit for takeoff. 2 exit takeoff from there, 146 Whiskey.
Currently maximum 16, so 16 knots, so it has a little bit of crosswind. Problem for the winter. Yeah, that's the wind that I have anticipated according to the forecast. It's coming a bit too late. Downwind, always very nice with the A350. Departure line, we have here Austrian Airlines A320 off to Vienna. I expect it to turn to the left now from our point of view onto taxiway Delta. And that's what it does. Pretty much all the time Qatar Airways parks on the north side of Dock E. Yeah, here we have the A350-1000. Usually they use the A350-900, but today, type upgrade. The second Qatar A350 we see in the live stream earlier, we had the morning flight, which was an A350-900. this Edelweiss A320 in the new livery taking off. I'd say we call it a day here. This is the end of my very first live stream here on YouTube. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. For all your comments and questions in the live stream, it was very fun. I hope you enjoyed it too. If you did, if you haven't done yet, please leave a like, thumb up. I'd be highly appreciating that and any kind of support here. And again, thank you very much for watching. Have a great rest of the day and hopefully see you next time. I've been Zurich Airport Spotter. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Directly for takeoff, Papa Whiskey. Airport, Condor and Air France,
Line up 2